that all delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform. That delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones. That all delegates may participate in the discussions through the chat room. And please note that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation gadgets on their desk to access the interpretation facilities. I've also been informed that there'll be no notices of motions or motions without notice. So, honorable delegates, no notice of motions or motions without notice. Before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the President of the Republic, the Premiers present, emissaries, SALGA representatives, and all permanent and special delegates to the city. So without further ado, we shall now proceed to the address by the President of the Republic of South Africa as reflected on the order paper. I now call upon His Excellency, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, President, to address the House. Honorable President.
Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Ms. Sylvia Lucas, the Premier of KwaZulu Natal, Ms. Nomusa Dube Ngube, honorable members of this honorable House, ministers and deputy ministers, premiers, MECs, executive mayor of Ugu District Municipality, other mayors who are also here, representatives of SALGA,
President, just for a minute.
Representatives of various political parties.
I would ask the President, Honorable President, just to take a seat for a second. Honorable members, I'm sure all of us know by now that we may not use a language that is not in keeping with the good decorum of the House, a bit of a problem. And if members have an opportunity, or if members want an opportunity to articulate whatever messages and so on, we should be having in front of the House a substantive motion. So I'm going to urge you to please sit down and desist from what you're doing, honorable members. So I'm ordering you to please sit down. Take your seats. Honorable members of the EFF, if you do not take your seats, I'll be forced to take you out.
Honorable Chairperson, may I rise on a point of order, please?
Yes,
I'm right.
Chairperson, may I rise on a point of order, please?
I can't see you.
Here I am, Chairperson.
Yes, yes.
Honorable Chairperson, we all know the rules of Parliament and of this House. No member of this House is allowed to portray or to show any party regalia. What we see behind us here clearly indicates the party regalia of the EFF, and it is not in terms of the rules of this House.
Thank you very much. Honorable member, what's your issue?
Chairperson.
On what point are you raising?
Continue to Chairperson, can we be protected? We are not intimidated by a group of people brought here. The EFF will never be intimidated to stand for the people of this province who do not have water, who do not have infrastructure, who continuously are raped, while the president of this country is sleeping on top of money.
Please sit down.
While the president of this country is sleeping on top of dollars, which today remains unaccounted for. We demand to know, when is the president of this country going to tell our people where he got that money from?
I'll ask you, of course, that's not a point of order. Uzawutela ke endlini ukuthi sisebenzisane siyeke ukubanga umsindo ukuze the sitting here NCOP ibe impumelelo. So without any waste of time, we will now proceed.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
We will now proceed.
On a point of order, Chairperson.
What is the point of order?
We are not going to be addressed by a president who has broken his oath of office. The people of Ugu region don't have water, and he's not going to address the House. He is not honorable. He is a dishonorable president who lies on top of dollars. He has no right to address the people of Ugu region.
Honorable member, order, please sit down. We will now proceed.
We know they are begging for bread. We are not going to be intimidated. We have the right to freedom of speech. We have the right to express ourselves in this house. We have the right to express ourselves in this house.
Akekho umuntu onelungelo lokuthi asukume akhulume ngingazange ngisho njalo njengosihlalo we-NCOP njenge-presiding officer. So I'm not allowing you to speak. I'm not allowing you.
So you are going to suppress us?
I'm not allowing you to speak.
You are going to be suppressed.
I'm not allowing you to speak. Thank you very much. Let's proceed, President.
Op 'n punt van orde, voorsitter.
What's the point of order?
My punt van orde is
What is the point of order?
voorsitter. My punt van orde is as lede van die parlement van Suid-Afrika lê ons elkeen 'n eed af dat ons die grondwet van die land sal eerbiedig.
No, that's not the point of order.
Die
Man.
mafia
Please
president
sit
wat
down.
vandag hier voor ons verskyn,
Please
het die
take your
grondwet
seat.
oortree
Please take
en
your
ons
seat.
kan nie toelaat dat
Please.
ons vandag in hierdie huis
Please
deur
take
'n
your seat.
mafia president toegespreek word nie.
Sit
Ons
down,
kan nie
Arnold.
toelaat dat 'n president wat die grondwet van die land oortree het, vir ons hier voorkom verskyn en vir ons 'n soetsappige storie kom gee. Sy beloftes van deursigtigheid. Waar is sy beloftes van deursigtigheid? Waar is dit? Daar is geen deursigtigheid en verantwoordelikheid by die president nie. So ons vereis verantwoordelikheid en deursigtigheid. Hy het deur die agterdeur ingekom vir deursigtigheid. Maar hy deur agterdeur
I'm
is
giving
vandag
a warning.
is nou nie meer deursigtig nie.
Yes, I'm giving a warning now. If you persist in what you are doing, I'm going to throw you out. If you persist in what you are doing, I'm going to throw you out. Honorable President, please proceed.
On a point of order, Chair.
Please
On a
proceed.
point of order.
Honorable Lutuli, I've warned you.
Chairperson, it's a point of order.
I've warned you. What's the point of order?
Chairperson, awukwazi ukuhlala lapho usicindezele ukuthi ngeke usasivumele isikhulume.
What is your point of
Chairperson,
order?
Chairperson, awukwazi ukwenza lokho. Awunawo amandla ukuthi
What
ungathi
is your
ngeke
point of
sikwazi
order?
ukukhuluma. If ungasungilaleli ngikhulume,
Please
then
take your
uzoyizwa
seat.
i-point of order yami.
Please take your seat.
Chairperson, number one, fanele
Hlala
kusiprotect.
phansi.
No, Chairperson,
Hlala phansi.
awukwazi ukusabisa. Uyasabisa njengamanje. And lokho ngeke sikuvumele.
I know.
Uyasabisa.
I will now call on the people who are supposed to be assisting us to take out those people who are unwilling to cooperate and who are blocking the
We are elected to be here. We are elected just like you. We have every right to be here.
Point of
We are elected just like you.
I've not allowed you to speak. I've not allowed you to speak. So you won't speak until I say so as a presiding officer. I'm not allowing you to speak. Thank you very much, Honorable President. No. No, thank you very much. We'll now proceed. Sawucela umongameli aqhube nenkulumo yakhe. Kuwa mongameli, yes.
Honorable Chairperson, ngiyajabula kakhulu ukuba la kwaZulu Natal. Ngiyajabula kakhulu futhi ukubona abantu bala kwaZulu Natal beze la ngomningi. Kuyangijabulisa lokho. Ngenyanga edlule bengilapha ngizokwethula isitifiketi sobukhosi kungangezwe lakhe His Majesty King Misuzulu kaZwelithini. Izolo bekusuku lami lokuzalwa. Ngathola imlayezo eminingi kakhulu. Omunye umlayezo wawuphuma kusilo wathi ungifisela i-happy birthday. Ngabonga kakhulu. savumelana noBayede ukuthi sizosebenzisana ukuletha intuthuko esifundazweni sala KwaZulu Natal. Okubalulekile ukuthi simamele abantu futhi sibikele abantu ngalokho okwenzwa uhulumeni ukwenzela ukuthi sikwazi ukuthuthukisa impilo zabantu. Ngijabula kakhulu ukuthi iParliamente ize la eUgu ukuthi sizomamela kahle ukuthi abantu baphila njani, bakhala ngani, izidingo zabo yini na. One of the most important ways in which we are doing this is through the program of taking Parliament to the people of our country. This is the key outreach program of the National Council of Provinces. 28 years since the first democratic parliament sat in Cape Town, we continue to have a parliament that is activist, a parliament that is responsive, that is also determined to make a difference in the lives of our people. This week, taking Parliament to the people has come here in this Ugu district for the first time. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi sithole ithuba lokuthi nama-minister ethu, nama-deputy minister babe khona la. Ngithe mangifika uminister ubheka icele ungitshela ukuthi yena umuntu wala uvela khona la uthi ngeke ukwazi ukuthi ungenze lutho la ngoba kukithi la. Ngajabula kakhulu ukuzwa lokho. Our ministers, deputy ministers, and indeed our premier and MECs are here to respond to the concerns of our people and also to do everything they can to resolve the concerns of our people. Ngiyazi ukuthi izidingo zabantu bala eUgu district ziningi kakhulu. Ngiyathemba ukuthi niyena thola ithuba lokuthi nizibeke kuma-minister ethu nama-deputy minister. We have heard about your challenges here. Into ezifana nokuthi amanzi iyona inkinga enkulu kule district. And that also there are shortages and interruptions that are making life difficult for the people in this district. We have also heard from our citizens that the poor state of the roads in this district is making it more difficult even for learners to get to schools and for our people to go to clinics. The state of roads is making it difficult for workers also to go to work and for businesses to transport their products to markets. Good roads are not just important to people's everyday lives, they also open up economic opportunities and strengthen local economic development. We have heard during the public hearings that the people of this district need housing, particularly after the floods earlier this year destroyed many homes and businesses. Kubantu abaningi lapha kunzima ukuphila ngaphandle kwe-grant. To support poor and vulnerable people, the government continues to provide social grants to millions of South Africans. Before COVID, we had up to 18 million people who received grants every month. And during COVID, we realized that there were many more millions of our people who are unemployed and who continue to live in poverty. And it is what led us to introduce the COVID-19 Special Relief of Disaster or Distress Grant, which now covers 11 million people. Siyazi ukuthi abanye banezinkinga zokuthola nale mali ye 350. Siyakwazi Lord. We have heard this during the public hearings over the past few days. Siyazi futhi ukuthi kwabaningi le mali ayinele futhi. Abantu bafuna ukuthi ikhuphuke le mali. Kodwa ke uhulumeni akanayo imali eningi kangako. Sithe sizawuqhubeka nayo le grant na kulonyaka ozayo. Challenges with agricultural production are also having a direct impact on people's lives in this community. Ugu is an agricultural district, and the majority of people who live here rely on the land to feed themselves and their families, to grow crops for their livelihoods, and grow crops such as bananas, sugarcane, pineapple, mangoes, and many other crops. There are also long-standing issues with land tenure in areas under traditional administration. Honorable members, in many ways, the challenges facing the residents of Ugu District Municipality are similar to those that are facing many of our people in other parts of South Africa. Since democracy in 1994, this government has made significant strides in improving the lives of South Africans, particularly those who were most disadvantaged by apartheid misrule. We have expanded basic services like water, much as the people in this district are experiencing challenges in relation to water. We've also expanded electricity distribution and built homes, much as we are currently going through load shedding. We have provided access to free primary health care, quality basic education, and free tertiary education. Since 1994, the progressive and pro-poor policies of successive democratic administrations have lifted millions of people out of extreme poverty and improved their lives. And yet we know that we can no longer rely on these past achievements as we witness severe challenges at local government, which is where service delivery happens. This year, I've held 5 presidential imbizos in the Northwest, in the Free State, in Mpumalanga, in Gauteng, and in Northern Cape. At these imbizos, challenges at local government level were articulated by our people in those areas, and they were foremost in the minds of our people. Reports from the Auditor General and the National Treasury and the State of Local Government reports point to inefficiency, maladministration, lack of financial controls, corruption, poor governance in many municipalities. Wangathi igebengu zonke zihlangane la komasipala ngoba kulapho imali itshontshwa khona. All of these affect local government's ability to provide basic services people need to lead lives of quality and dignity. That is why we should welcome the new laws that we are putting in place, laws that are going to enhance accountability. Amongst others, the laws will disallow municipal officials from also holding political office. It defines competency criteria for appointments of municipal managers and strengthens the performance evaluation process. This should be viewed alongside the process that we are embarking upon of professionalizing the public sector, which was adopted by Cabinet last month. Sifuna ukuthi abantu abazosebenzela umphakathi komasipala babe ngabantu abanolwazi, abantu abaqeqeshwe kahle. Hayi nje umuntu nje ongazi lutho, angazi nokuthi izinto zibekwa njani aze nje azosebenza, angazi nokuthi abantu bafanele ukuthi basetshenzelwe kanjani. Le mthetho esibanayo manje ukwenzela ukuthi omasipala bethu basebenze ngendlela eqonde kahle. This will make specific proposals to ensure merit-based recruitment and promotion and more effective consequence management for public servants. This is going to have a big impact on how government works at all levels. The task of this year's Taking Parliament to the People is to deliberate on what is being done and what must be done to strengthen local government. The interaction with people here in Ugu District has no doubt done much to enrich the NCOP's deliberations. The chairperson, as I arrived, was telling me that the NCOP will compile a report that will properly articulate and put forward the views of our people here. And as part of strengthening local government performance, we are striving to entrench the district development model as an integrated multidisciplinary approach to government planning and implementation. We often spend a great deal of time diagnosing the problem and painting a picture of what a poorly run municipality should look like. We should now move beyond that and focus on what an ideal municipality should look like and how to build such municipalities across the country. We have spoken before about some of the key elements of an ideal municipality, including that an ideal municipality should have a vibrant economy. It should have places where tourists want to visit. It must be interconnected in many, many ways digitally, and it must have people who are well-trained, and it must offer the best living conditions for our people. Such municipalities should be municipalities that provide good access to health, education, as well as recreational facilities. In such an ideal municipality, not only are residents able to lead lives of quality and dignity, they become magnets for investments because investors just pour in as they see a municipality that is well run, that is clean, that has roads without potholes, and many, many other wonderful attributes. In short, an ideal municipality is a place that people want to live in, that people want to work in, and people want to bring their businesses and investment, and people want to visit. To achieve this, we need to capacitate local government to play a far more prominent role in implementing our economic reconstruction and recovery plan. We cannot achieve higher economic growth. We cannot create more jobs, and we cannot grow more businesses if local government does not function well. We have a shared responsibility to promote investment in this district and in this province. Over the last 4 years, we have raised more than 1 trillion rand in new investment commitments, of which 330 billion rand has already flowed into the economy. The factories, data centers, paper mills, and mines that are built through this investment are not located at the Union Buildings or Parliament in Cape Town. They are located where our people live. And that is why we need to make sure that companies should want to invest here in Ugu District and where our people stay. That is why we have put in place several measures to promote growth and job creation throughout the country. We have expanded the tax incentive for employers to take on more young people. We have invested in emerging Black industrialists and launched a loan scheme to enable small businesses to also bounce back from COVID pandemic. While we are encouraging companies to invest and to create employment, we are also using public and social employment to create opportunities for a number of our people who are unemployed. The presidential employment stimulus, for example, has benefited more than 1 million people in the last 2 years. Of these opportunities, about 186,000 were here in KwaZulu-Natal. Significant progress has been made in reforming the country's telecommunications, energy, ports, and rail industries. These are industries that make the economy work. It has given me great joy to come here to KwaZulu-Natal, where, for instance, we've opened up new lines in various factories, where a number of factories that are involved in motor vehicle manufacturing, motor vehicle parts, have either invested a great deal of money and so forth, even paper mills. The Port of Durban is critical for the economy of this district, critical also to the province and the country, which is why we are undertaking reforms to improve the efficiency and capacity of our Durban port. Durban used to be amongst the top performing ports in the world. Over time, it has declined, and we are now beginning the process of turning it around, because we want Durban, which is a great hub for trade, for imports and exports in the Southern Hemisphere, to return to its glory days and to have many ships going past Durban Port. This is work that involves all spheres of government, Transnet as well as other stakeholders. It is a great example of cooperative economic development. We are embarking on all these efforts so that we can improve the economy, not only of KwaZulu-Natal, but also of this district. Since 1994, the democratic government has been hard at work to bring about a better life for all. But we know there is so much further and so much more that we need to do if the promise of our Constitution is to be fulfilled for all. As parliamentarians who are gathered here, yours is a critical role. As parliamentarians, you hold government to account for the promises that have been made and ensure that those promises are met. In taking Parliament to the people, you are fulfilling this important mission. But what is more important, as we take Parliament to the people like we have done here, is to enable us to listen to our people, to listen to their concerns, and as parliamentarians, to be able to ensure that the concerns of our people are then transmitted to those who have been charged with the responsibility to make things happen. To the people of Ugu District Municipality, I say, join hands with us to make your local government stronger here and throughout the province. I'd like to thank you because you have made your voices heard. Sengitholile report yokuthi kulo lonke leli viki kule lama hearings wayeloku eqhubeka la ukuthi abantu bethu lapha bebethini na. And what I can say ukuthi our various ministers will be coming back to address the various issues that have been raised. Bazawubuya. The various issues that were raised from crime, housing, roads, water, and all the other issues that you have put forward, they will come back so that we can address those challenges. As the different arms and spheres of government, we will, as I said, follow up on all those issues, and we will also try to come back and report to you as we resolve them. On my part, I look forward to the debate that is now going to take place and to hearing from political parties and indeed our premiers on the measures that are being taken in their respective provinces to strengthen government. When government is efficient, when it is capable, when it is agile and responsive, there is progress and development. People's quality of life improves, the living standards of our people will go up, and incomes will also rise. As a result, the nation's economy will grow. Better governance is an issue in which each of us has a stake. I'd like to say, let us continue to work together, to strive together, to turn South Africa to be indeed the dream that we have always wanted it to be, to turn that dream into reality so that we can improve our people's lives. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Honorable President. We'll now proceed to Honorable Lucas. Honorable Lucas.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable President, Ministers present, Premiers, permanent and special delegates, House Chairpersons, Chief Whip of the NCOP, traditional leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Siyabonga, Sanibonani. Chairperson, Antonio Gramsci reminds us, and I quote, that the point of modernity is to live a life without illusions while not becoming delusional, close quote. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa asserts that the role of Parliament is underpinned by the imperative to promote values of human dignity, equality, non-racialism, and non-sexism. To this end, our democratic system seeks to uphold our citizens' social, economic, and political rights, promote good governance, while ensuring the implementation of South Africa's constitutional imperatives. Therefore, in our resolve to advance the ideals of an equal society, we have collectively committed ourselves to building a democratic, developmental, social order that is able to lead efforts to overcome unemployment, structural poverty, and inequality, and to address the distorted patterns of land ownership and economic exclusion. These efforts must be given expression through the auspices of our developmental state as the enabling nucleus of transformation in South Africa. As we discharge our respective constitutional and democratic duties, we must continue to play a strategic guiding role in social, political, and economic life, thereby decisively intervening to advance the interests of the people, particularly the interests of women, youth, workers, also including all the vulnerable groups of our society. If we speak about the constitutional role of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. President, Honorable Chairperson, Justice Langa makes reference to Albertine and Goldblatt's paper, which is carried in the South African Journal of Human Rights of 1998, where they assert that the underpinning objective of South Africa's constitution is transformation. This process, they further assert, must be understood as involving the critical process of moving the South African society from inequality to equality. Justice Langa further proceeds to quote Albertine and Goldblatt, where they articulate that achieving this transformation will, and I quote, require a complete reconstruction of the state and society, including redistribution of power and resources along egalitarian lines. The challenge of achieving equality within this transformation project involves the eradication of systemic forms of domination and material disadvantage based on race, gender, class, and other grounds of inequality. It also entails the development of opportunities which allow people to realize their full human potential within positive social relationship, close quote. This is a critical injunction to guide the trajectory of our democratic project, reminding us that one of the priorities of the Constitution of the Republic is to move our society from inequality to equality. Furthermore, the historical impact of oppression, particularly on the lives of the previously marginalized and subjugated communities, particularly women, has left deeply embedded socio-economic disparities, deeply entrenched patriarchal doctrines of oppression, which still, up until today, undermine efforts of realizing gender equality. Honorable members, Chairperson, as we reflect on the concept of transformative constitutionalism, particularly within the ambit of the NCOP's constitutional mandate, we must recognize the important role played by the National Council of Provinces as the nerve center for overseeing three-sphere cooperation and intergovernmental relations. It is imperative that we locate the transformative character of the NCOP, particularly as expressed in the work that we do as a second chamber of parliament. To this end, every oversight instrument must be effectively utilized to build a society where all South Africans can have access to a decent quality of life. Through its oversight and three-sphere coordination role, the NCOP are advancing improved cooperation, better service delivery, and better responsiveness to community and their needs. It is precisely the NCOP's three-sphere scrutiny, coordination, cooperative governance, and intergovernmental relations mandate, which empowers and positions it as this apex chamber within South Africa's legislative sector, bestowing upon it the constitutional mandated authority to effectively oversee the implementation of the country's developmental policies. These characteristics of the NCOP still position it as the chamber with a unique mandate to ensure that local issues are effectively prioritized. To this end, our oversight role over government's planning processes, particularly as preempted and envisaged through the implementation of the district development model, will ensure that the existing distortions in government's planning processes are appropriately attended to, which will inadvertently lead to better oversight outcomes and deliverables. If we speak about the significance of taking Parliament to the people, Mr. President, the Taking Parliament to the People program was initiated in 2002, principally to improve public participation and to provide the public with an opportunity to engage the three spheres of government on matters that affect their quality of life. Through this program, thousands of ordinary South Africans, mostly from marginalized and rural communities, as we have seen in Pugu district this week, have been given the opportunity to interact with members of parliament and also with the executive of issues of service delivery, as well as governance-related matters. This initiative forms part of our oversight and public participation role and target areas where public education about democracy in the country is most needed. This program also prioritizes areas where people feel that governance responses to their social and economic needs have been ineffective and require intervention. Through this program, we have also been thoroughly appraised about the endemic capacity challenges that still exist, which often compound the challenges faced by many people across South Africa. To this end, the issue of state capability must be recognized as a crucial component of South Africa's transformation trajectory. We as the NCOP will continue to improve our oversight and accountability mechanisms to ensure that it gives better expression to its constitutional mandate, particularly within the ambit of transformative constitutionalism, in order to achieve a better life for all. Honorable members, Chairperson, South Africa has been at the crossroads over the last decade as it seeks to edge forward towards achieving a better life for all. Socio-economic progress has been weaker than expected, with the poor bearing the brunt and remaining at the receiving end of our slow transformation. The National Development Plan anchors state capability as a critical enabling mechanism towards the achievement of South Africa's developmental objectives. It is therefore imperative that we reposition the importance of state capability within the broader transformation discourse as we begin to methodically address the developmental challenges before us. In order to achieve effective governance, as well as the necessary capabilities for agility, we must ensure that we strengthen the capacity of the state to implement its development catalyzing priorities. We must ensure that the skills, capabilities, and resources necessary to perform policy functions are effectively improved upon. The characteristics of a developmental state requires us to ensure that we formulate a cohesive and focused set of goals and objectives for national growth and development, and a set of policies to achieve these goals. These goals, objectives, and priorities for national growth must be effectively operationalized through a functional and responsive medium-term strategic framework which takes into consideration the developmental needs and the landscape across provinces, districts, and localities. A developmental state must be able to coordinate the mobilization and allocation of financial and human resources in line with the policies identified and agreed to by the vast majority of our people when they endorse the leadership of their choice. This must be done by ensuring the alignment of the budget to development catalyzing priorities in order to ensure that the critical mass of our resources, expertise, and skills are committed to policies that have the potential to change the material conditions of the poor people. A developmental state must be able to monitor and evaluate progress towards the objectives as guided by the policies articulated in the electoral mandate. This monitoring and evaluation must be carried out by an active People's Parliament and a robust National Council of Provinces, which must effectively track the implementation pace of each key policy, legislation, and program across the three spheres of government. The developmental state that we envisage must strategically adjust the mobilization and allocation of resources in response to progress made towards existing objectives while implementing course correction measures where necessary. The capable state we are calling for requires effectively coordinated state institutions with skilled public servants who are committed to the public good. It is therefore absolutely critical that we undertake an in-depth skills and capacity audit across the public sector machinery, particularly across the implementing spheres that are tasked with the responsibility of implementing our policy mandates. Parliament must be regularly appraised on the capacity levels of each sphere, as well as the systemic and institutional design challenges that exist. It is imperative that we define the nature of capacity challenges across the various levels and strata of our state machinery and develop targeted response plans that will ensure that we direct a critical mass of energy to the areas that require urgent prioritization. Honorable Chairperson, we have been requested to speak a little bit about climate change and its impacts. It has been the subject of decades of global scientific study. It was set up in 1988. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, its 2007 report reflected firm consensus that human-induced climate change is now unequivocal, is already well underway, and is occurring faster than expected. An estimate by the World Bank of the possible impact of climate change state that floods will destroy 10% of the world population homes, inundating major cities and prompting massive refugee crises. The report further states that within this century, hundreds of millions of people are likely to be displaced by sea level rise. Accompanying economic and ecological damage will be severe for many. In seeking to deal with this challenge, we will need community-based approaches backed by committed government policies. We will need to build human security through a combination of active, capable citizens and an effective and accountable state. We will need to develop shared purpose to make things work through systems that are structured to tackle problems. The damage of the floods in KwaZulu-Natal serve to remind us all to prioritize the disaster risk management, South Africa's Disaster Management Act, and the National Disaster Management Framework, which guides the implementation of this act. These legislative instruments emphasize the importance of the integration and coordination of risk reduction across all spheres
As
of
you
government.
conclude, Honorable Lucas.
Chairperson, there is just one issue that I must speak about. Let me just run there. Let me just, in terms of disaster and risk management, impoverished people are more likely to live in hazard-exposed areas and are more or less able to invest in risk-reducing measures. The lack of access to insurance and social protection means that people in poverty are often forced to use their already limited assets to buffer disaster losses, which drive them further into poverty. So poverty is therefore both a cause and a consequence of disaster risk. Mr. President, it is imperative that we employ every effort to ensure that we address the underlying conditions that determine women's structural location in society. Historically, Black women in South Africa were deprived of resources required to develop and maintain human capabilities. The distribution of wealth, assets, and incomes was based on race, geographical location, language, gender, and access to healthcare, education, social protection, and productive employment. Let us accelerate gender transformation in South Africa to make sure that women take their rightful place within our community. Ngiyabonga, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order. There's live ammunition in this house. There's a person sitting with a gun inside the sitting.
Yes, okay.
I'm rising on a point of order, Chair. And you know very well it's not allowed.
No, the point is noted.
There's a gentleman here sitting with a live ammunition. Why?
Okay, now the point is noted. We'll look at it.
No!
We'll
The gun is in the house.
Thank you very much.
A gun is in the house, Chair. You need to rule on that.
Yes, no, we'll look at it.
No, I'm looking at a gun now. I'm looking at a gun now. It's here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the next speaker.
Chairperson, I'm looking at a gun.
Honorable
You can look at
Malusi.
it at some point, but now I'm looking. This guy is holding a gun here.
We'll proceed to Honorable Malusi.
He's holding a gun.
Will
This guy.
NCOP.
Yeah. Right behind you. No, there's a gun here.
Yes, please proceed, ma'am.
Chairperson, we can't proceed with a gun.
No, Chairperson, we can't proceed with someone sitting in a gun inside.
Not like this, Chair.
To the chairperson of the NCOP.
No, we are not safe here.
His Excellency President Ramaphosa.
In the house.
Inside the house, we are
I
not
am not
safe.
allowing the house. This is a house meeting.
Order. Please proceed.
Honorable premiers and MECs.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable mayors with us today.
Chairperson, on a
Ladies and
point of
gentlemen,
order.
Good morning. As the Eastern Cape, we must say
What's
we
the
are
point of
humbled.
order?
Chairperson, we feel unsafe because of the gun in the house. Can we please fix that matter before we proceed? Thank you, Chair.
I've made a ruling on the matter, and the ruling is that the table will look at the situation and see how to resolve the matter.
We are
Thank you very
unsafe right now,
Please
Chair. We
proceed.
can't postpone.
Please proceed.
As the Eastern Cape, we are humbled to take part in this important debate of the NCOP. The theme of this debate is very important for our country, particularly if we want to achieve the goals we have set ourselves in the National Development Plan Vision 2030. We believe that this is an opportune time to have this debate in the country, as in 2 years, we would be celebrating 30 years of our democracy. It is also a necessary debate in the period
Point of
reviewing
order.
our country, as we should be able to respond to a critical question of what becomes the role of a renewed government, its
Honorable Lucas,
entities.
please
Gun must
take
go
your
out.
seat. Honorable Lucas, please take your seat. The matter is being looked at. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Oh, we are not safe here, Chairperson. Point of order.
Thank you,
We
Chair.
are not safe here, Chair.
What becomes the role of government and its entities in delivering on the needs and the aspirations of our people? It is important that we remind ourselves that the South African state is divided in three parts, and therefore we are mentioning this on purpose because we must avoid a debate that singles out one component of the state to center our debate. We must ask ourselves if all the components of the state are agile enough to deliver services to our people.
Honorable Tebula, please sit down.
It is important to remind the House that our Constitution envisages a state that is founded on values of human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedom, non-racialism, non-sexism, as espoused in the National Democratic Revolution. As we start this debate, honorable members, to us in the Eastern Cape, an agile state means a state that can make commitments and adequately deliver on those commitments timelessly. We also view an agile state as a vehicle to serve the needs of our people. A lot has been done since the advent of democracy in relation to transforming a state that was meant to serve the tiny minority to building a state that serves all its people. Even though the ANC-led government has been able to deliver on so many fronts, there is still more that needs to be done in building a capable, ethical, and agile developmental state. What should be critical for this debate is for us to identify what should constitute the key tenets of an agile state. As highlighted, an agile state should be positioned to effectively find a healthy balance between economic growth and social upliftment. For the state to be able to fashion that out, it must have functional government and its entities. One of the key tenets of an agile state should be the well-run, efficient, and agile state-owned enterprises. Gradually, over time, the capabilities of our state entities was overhauled when the management started outsourcing work to private companies. We even went to a deeper into dungeons of tendering system, which is really not delivering the results we desire in terms of developing our country. Our problems are not only in procurement, but they are also in planning. Our state has good plans, but the execution of the plan is the challenge. Think of projects that are not delivered on time, within the budget, or projects that do not get off the ground, leading to the return of monies to the national treasury. The ANC-led government has delivered in the delivery of electricity to our people. In 1990, access to electricity in South Africa was a privilege of few races, while the African majority was languishing in darkness. But today, access to electricity is at 84.7% in the country. And that outstanding work was led by Eskom as the SOE. The provisioning of energy is also one of the critical enablers of economic growth. It is in this context that the functionality of Eskom should be prioritized as part of solidifying an agile state. The state will not be able to save lives of the people in the public healthcare system without electricity. Now, our proposal as the Eastern Cape is that we must review how our state functions so that we can achieve an agile state. The 2010 Soccer World Cup tested the agility of our state to deliver on time. And to the surprise of many, South Africa came on top in preparing for the Soccer World Cup. Honorable members would remember that we even set up specialized courts during the 2010 Soccer World Cup that opened even on weekends. We are of the firm view that we should reactivate the specialized courts as part of our comprehensive response to the crisis of gender-based violence and femicide. We need to effect swift justice, particularly to perpetrators of GBVF. We must proactively build capabilities in the state and not wait for disasters such as floods and the COVID-19 pandemic. However, when such unfortunate disasters occur, We should respond with agility as the state to cushion our people against those. Talking about disasters, the slow response to provide aid to victims of the recent disasters that hit KZN, Eastern Cape, and other provinces is another prime example of a state that is not agile. The recent disasters have misplaced many people of our province, with homes destroyed, lives lost, our public properties severely damaged, our road infrastructure left dilapidated, and many other things. This led to the Eastern Cape provincial government declaring disaster. It was then our expectation that when the national government and the joint ad hoc committee visited both provinces, the visit would inform the allocation of funds for the disaster relief. We are particularly concerned as a province when the Minister of Finance announced the allocation of disaster relief fund, there was no allocation to our province. Building an agile and capable developmental state will not happen on its own. It will require bold and strategic efforts. To build an agile, ethical, capable developmental state, we need innovative people. We need people who can think beyond the normal. To build state capabilities also means we must develop scarce skills. We must support the deliberate and the bold action by the Department of Higher Education and Training to strategically rebrand, destigmatize the TVET colleges, and focus them on producing artisan skills. Part of what should be one of the key tenets of an agile state should be the state capacity to make use of state resources and state influence to attack poverty and expand economic opportunities. In many countries, the state plays a key, clearly defined role in shaping the structure and output of the economy for the benefit of its people. To us, the state must be adequately capacitated with resources to play this role effectively. It is in this context that we believe that the austerity measures, which leads to, amongst others, the shrinking fiscal allocation, lessens the state capacity to deliver to its people. There is no country that can recover from the crisis of COVID-19 magnitude with austerity. The response to the crisis and being deliberate in using state resources towards poverty alleviation needs a bold state-led intervention. We must harness partnerships with the private sector because most of the skills that left the state are in the private sector. Partnerships with the private sector are what made our country to manage COVID-19. The private sector responded positively to the clarion calls by the president to save lives and livelihoods during the pandemic. We must use the same partnerships to improve everyday service delivery challenges and accelerate the socio-economic development in our country. This is the approach we have adopted as the province, and it is working wonders. We just came out of a very successful provincial investment conference where our private sector partners pledged 46.5 billion for our economy. In that conference, the private sector partners were unanimous in urging government to cut the red tape on issuing of licenses, land, and making approvals for development. We have also tied ourselves with too much bureaucratic red tape, which hampers our progress to develop our communities faster. We form too many structures and policies that prolong decision-making. Lastly, Honorable Chair, mayors must be champions of economic development. They must have a customer relations-oriented approach because service delivery, development, and investments are implemented in their space. This is our input as the Eastern Cape, and we hope this debate is a step towards a national effort to creating an agile, capable, and developmental state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tim. Roger Seth is our next speaker. Honorable Tim. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I was just setting my timer. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members. But most important, I greet the residents of Ogwini, Sanibona, Ninja, Ingingu Timbrauti said, Ingia Lunga Parliamente, Ingia Kuluma Sisulu Kankan. So if you don't mind, I'm going to speak English. In Parliament, I'm known for one word, Siyabangena. Residents of Ogwini, today I'm confused. I'm confused. Ingu Kulambele. I'm confused because this debate is about building an agile government to improve service delivery. But I'm confused because this government is slow. It is not agile. It is not athletic. This word agile means to move fast. Ukuhamba, ingokushesha. That's what it means, to move fast. But this government, it moves like a chameleon. Ukuhamba, injengonwabu. Even the Honorable President has acknowledged this, that there's much more improvement to be done. The Honorable President said that the ministers are going to come back. But how long will a chameleon take to go and come back? I get worried. Since Tuesday, residents, and I'm speaking to you today, not the honorable members, we've been listening to you. We have heard your complaints about water, roads, safety, houses. We have not heard too many compliments. You have told us the truth. Even Honorable Bishop Dube stood up here and said, you must not speak lies. But I'm telling you, the people of Ogwini, you spoke the truth to us this week, and I thank you for that. This government is slow. Ukuhamba injengonwabu. It is slow because the water problems that started in Ugu in 2015 are still going on. 7 years later, you're struggling with water. 840,000 people are affected by St. Helens Rock. That's 2% about of the population of South Africa affected by one pump station. And it's taken 7 years to fix it. This government is slow because after the floods, 200 families that were displaced in Ugu are still waiting for their houses. Only 111 have been built in the 7 months since the April floods. It is slow because the roads and bridges that you asked for have been promised, but what has been delivered? Dololo. It is slow because officials always complain that they're waiting for money from National Treasury and blame that for service delivery, the failure of service delivery. It is slow because after the floods in April, the N2 at Magabeni and the Manzantoti are still broken, and you still have to sit in traffic there for hours when you go to eThekwini. You all know this. It is slow because after 7 months, Abantu Basetegrini still have sewage flowing in the roads. They still have sewage flowing in the rivers and into the seas. Now you see, my friends, I have a theory. A theory, if you define it, is an idea based on observing patterns, and you use that to predict future behavior. And when you observe the patterns of this government, you have to conclude that the theory is that it will always be slow. Ukuhamba injengongwabu. But I have good news. I have good news today. There is a government in South Africa that moves fast. There is a government that ukuhamba ngokushesha. That government is in Umgeni, led by Umaya Chris Papas, that little white Zulu. He took over there 1 year ago, 1 November. He comes from a small municipality, they only have a 500 million rand budget. But in 1 year, that government has done the following. They have increased indigent support by 5 million rand. They've increased from 133 to 3,005 people that are receiving free basic services. They've increased aid for the youth by 1.45 million. They've built a training center. They have doubled the money for SMMEs. And they've created 227 new jobs. And with all of that, they have paid off all the loans of Umgeni municipality in 1 year. Aye, that's an achievement. That is fast. Ugohamba, ngokushesha. That's what we're talking about. In the Western Cape, we have the Disaster Management Center. They are so organized that they got hold of eThekwini the week before the floods in April. And they said, you've got a big flood coming. We will send search and rescue people to you, and they'll be there on the Friday before the flood. This is on paper. eThekwini ignored it. They ignored it. No warnings were sent by eThekwini. No search and rescue teams were ready. And 448 people died. 448 people died, and there were still 72 people missing. Why? Because a fast DA government offered help to a slow ANC government, and that government failed its people. This government says it is responsive, but we are still waiting for the funds, Mr. President, to fix the water and sanitation problem in eThekwini. Mr. President, the problem is not going to go away. There is 5 billion rand in the contingency fund. We need it, Mr. President. Please see what you can do for us. But this government will not change because it is always going to be slow. There is no accountability. Why? Because the ANC is more concerned about its people and its party than you. That is why there will be no accountability. But the good news is you can change. You can change from slow motion to fast. You can change from ngokunensa, slow motion, to shesha. Waza 2024, waza. Siyabangena.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to Honorable Ntombela. Honorable Premier, please proceed.
Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency, Deputy President, the Honorable Chairperson of NCOP, Honorable Amos Masondo, Honorable Ministers that are here, Deputy Ministers that are here, Your Honorable Deputy NCOP Chairperson, Premiers that are here, ladies and gentlemen, sanibonani, abantu base KZN. Chairperson, before ngikhuluma, ngifuna nje ukubonga uPresident wethu ngesizathu esikhulu asiyenzile isidima asiyenzile ngokubeka inkosi yethu ayipha isitifikate umhlaba wonke wematsi abantu babheka i-television zabo ngisho nenkosi yethu ehambile no princess lapha abalele khona ngize ngaba picture ukuthi bayahleka bayabonga balele ngexolo siyabulela president. For that I want to Salute you. Masingena nje. Masingena KZN. You can feel Guti, the peace is coming back in KZN. The king is here and we are happy. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. I parent Muntombela mina. This house will agree with me that the ultimate success of our growth and development objectives depend on building agile state capability to improve service delivery outcomes. This aspiration is about building an effective government just as much as it is about building a social contract with the people. And indeed, that's what we are trying to do. Beyond the ability to challenges, agile state capabilities are equally about connecting various efforts to respond to the people's dreams of a better life. Yes, our responsibility is to make things happen. This is the promise we have made to millions of our people and the promise we must. And abantu basekhaya, yes, we are not going angeke sipretende ukuthi noma siqambe amanga lapha singafikelanga khona. Yes, niyavuma nathi siyavuma ukuthi siya leader, but kunzima. Kunzima because when we start leading siyesangenelwa yinto lapha singayazi, but it's COVID-19. Kunzima because mastata kuleader niyazibonela kuye kwangena into eziningi kwavela izikhukhula. Yes, siya leader mara nibonile ukuthi masingena siqala ku leader kungena into eziningi ngisho namadamu wamamayini kwangena awa lapha ngiqhamuka khona eDaggasfontein. Yes, kunzima because most of our people are still unemployed. That's why the government is trying to come ngabo 315. Yes, kunzima because sihlaselwe nangabo TBV, where even our own children are raping us. Yes, kunzima because nathi isizwe esimnyama siyahlaselana, siyakritisizana, while our people are still in the dark. When we are supposed to support each other and to build each other, we are busy destroying each other. But even if kunzima kanjalo, we are not going to quit. We are not going to run away. We are going to support you. Noma kunzima angeke size siniyekele. But in order ukuthi siyenze izinto ezinjalo, sifuna abasebenzi abanolwazi, sifuna abasebenzi abazimisele ukufunda, sifuna abasebenzi abaziyo ukuthi bavelaphi, sifuna abasebenzi aba-committed in what they are doing, sifuna abasebenzi abangeke ukuthi izinto masifika, imali mazifika baqabange bona kuqala bakhohlwe abantu. Sifuna abasebenzi bazaqabanga abantu bangaqabangi ngemkhwama yabo kuqala. Yes, we are not going to quit. We are going to make sure ukuthi siyanisiza. Never, never, never ningakhohlwi ukuthi kunzima. Honorable Chairman, for years now, the Free State has been in a path of building agile state capabilities to improve service delivery. Nginitshelile ngithi kunzima, but we are planning. There is no doubt that a skilled and capable workforce is necessary for building agile state capabilities. Knowing this, we continue to provide training and development to improve performance. Working in partnership with the National School of Government, the Free State Training and Development Institute presented some of the following training courses to the senior managers, citizen-centered service delivered, supply chain management, program and project management. Yes, because we don't have workers that are committed. Sometimes our people are suffering to get water because we have people that are not prepared to work for our people. That's why this program. Investment in training and skills development is also in our bursary program, meant to help the youth to reach their dreams and contribute to the growth and development of the Free State. So important is this program that from 2029 to 2022, 10,988 international.
What's the point of order?
No.
Just a minute, Honorable.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a point of-
What's the point of order?
I just want to ask.
What is the point of order?
Chair, I just want to know that if she can take a question.
Nah, that's not the point of order. Please sit. Please proceed. Please proceed.
Waiter. Okay, can I continue, sir?
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So important is this program that from 2009 to 2022, 10,988 international and 1,225 local bursaries were awarded to young people by the provincial government. Chairperson, President, education in the Free State is stable. They can say whatever they want to say. There is stability in the Free State education. Just check grade 12. 2019, Free State number 1. 2020, Free State number 1. 2021, Free State number 1. And believe me, 2021, wait and see. We are getting there, no matter how difficult it is. Education is stable in the Free State because we are also sponsoring Ngama Bazari, except NSFAS. NSFAS is doing a lot for us, but we are also assisting. We have partnered with CITAS to provide various programs such as internships, learnerships, work integrated learning, and autism development. So far, over 30,000 young people have benefited out of these programs. We are working with our TVET colleges. You were there, deputy ministers were there. You have seen for yourselves. Bakabua Baring, they can just go there. We have also entered into partnerships with institutions of higher learning to help us in building agile state capabilities. We continue to work with the Central University of Technology. We are amongst universities and we are working with those universities. One of them, it is the Central University of Technology, and they really support us. And now they have also promoted innovation through the Innovation Hub. It is there assisting us with agriculture, making sure that agriculture is becoming fashionable in the Free State. Watch the space. In this age of the Internet of Things, we successfully hosted the 4th Industrial Revolutions Summit together with the industry and institution of higher education. Ask the minister, don't ask me. She will give you the report or what was happening there. Hassan, that's not me. Ask her, she will report to you. Without integrated planning implementation
and your time
and
is up, Premier. Your time is up.
It's a pitch. But thank you very much. And everybody is prepared to come and support EFF, DA, everybody. As long
we don't
as
need you to tell us. We don't need you to tell us that.
Amanda. Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
Who's speaking? Yes.
Yes, Chairperson.
What? On what point are you raising, member?
I'm just appealing to you, Chairperson, that the podium must not be used for job interviews. The member was even running out of breath.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Let's proceed to the next speaker, Honorable BB. Honorable BB will speak from a seat. Please proceed, Honorable B.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo wendlu.
Yeah, she debates very nicely, ma'am.
Ngiyabonga ungenza leli thuba lokuba ingxenye yale nkulumo mpikiswano namhlanje. Ngibingelela umongameli wezwe, Mhlonishwa Ramaphosa, ubaba. Ngiphinde futhi nongqongqoshe bonke nawuDeputy babo. Ngiphinde ngibingelela undunankulu waKwaZulu Natal. Unomsedube Ncubo umama. No-MEC bakhe. Ngiphinde futhi ngibingelele leader of government business. Umhlonishwa uSiboniso Duma ubaba. Nosomlomo mama, uNotembeko boys waKwaZulu Natal. Nosonswekwe Shamthetho saKwaZulu Natal. Umhlonishwa uSupha Zulu baba. Ngibingelela bonke undunankulu abaphuma kwisifundazwe ezihlukene abakhona phakathi kwethu nondaba ezitha abakhona phakathi kwethu nabefundisi kanye nezimeya zonke ezikhona phakathi kwethu namakhansela nozakwethu we-NCOP ngokukhethekile umphakathi wonke okhona namaholi bonke bezindawo ezihlukene. Ngiyanibingelela nonke. Ngizosika ejikayo sihlalo wami la engizothi qaphu kancane nje ngokuphendula umhlonishwa uteam we-DA ethi sihamba ngolonwabo. Kuyangixaka lokho ngoba namhlanje sikulezi inkinga ungenxa yombuso wabo esikhathi bephethe bengazi ukuthi namhlanje bazophathwa umuntu omnyama owenza zonke lezi zinto zabo ababeyitshela ukuthi ngeke senzeke. Ngakho-ke isiqubulo sakho-ke mhlonishwa uteam esithi siyobangena. Hayibo, in your dreams. Hayi la. Mongameli wethu angisho ukuthi kube intokozo enkulu uba khona la ku district ngokuthi silalele abantu bakithi ukuthi besho izimfuno abazifunayo besebenza namakhosi ngokunjalo. Engikujabulele kakhulu mongameli baba ukuthi abaholi bale district uqala kuyimeya ephethe le district ukuya kwizimeya zalomkhandlo ophansi kole district. Hayi, they are not shaken. Bayasazi isitori sabo ngoba bekuthi uma ngabe sifika kwezinye indawo kodwa sithe masifika la kuku ayabazange batatazele mongameli bavele nje bafika benza show ukuthi abantu abakushoyo nabafuna kwenzeke nezinqomo abazenzile ukuthi kwenzeke bebethi mabisukuma mongameli baba kusho ihlombe usukuma umeya kwenye indawo kusho ihlombe okubonisa ukuthi ngempela basebantwini. Okunye esikujabulele ukuthi bahlangene bayimbumba labo meya benza yonke into be-uniform bahamba ngolayini benza sure ukuthi zonke izinto ziqukunjelwa zonke kwimbizo imbizo lezi ezikwazi ukuthi abantu bakithi basho izikhalo zabo bakwazi ukuthi basenze. Ngakho-ke sihlalo wami ohloniphekile baba engakusho nje kuphela la kwaZulu Natal inhlaka ziningi ezikhona unosuku masakhe osemawadini una yonke into ongayisho esebenzela nomphakathi ukuthandile futhi nalezi zinto zokuthi ukusukela kuPremier wethu umama noMsadube wehle uze kwicabinet yakhe wehle uze kuba mayor beyikhulu wehle uzuye phansi kumakhansela bekubambisene ngokunjalo izinto zihamba bononina bazo ngikhuluma nje sesiqalile izimbizo la ogwini mongameli baba thina ukufika kwethu impela siphazamise ukuya kwabantwini kodwa bakwazi ukusinikeza ithuba lokuthi size silalele bayaqhuba nazimbizo sothi sibhekise amabombo sibheke eKapa mongameli baba bobe sebeqhubeka nalezi mbizo engisho ke omeya balana abantu bakhalile sihlalo womhlangano ubakhaleke emigwaqo ubhuqu ngoba befuna itiyela phecelezi honorable team itha nokunjalo nesindlu noma police station nako konke okuhle ukuthi wonke unational province ukuyosho ezansi kumasipala bebekhona begcole indlu bekwazi ukuthi bakhombise umkhombandlela oqinisekile kubantu bakithi mongameli baba kuyasetshenzwa la ogwini akudlalwa ukubaluleka sihlalo wami nokuthuthukisa kwezingqalasizinda kuhulumeni besifundazwe izwe belibhekene nengwadla yokuthi yokuza kancane okwaphazanyiswa ukudlanga kweCovid ukuvetheke lolo nokwabangela futhi umnotho wehle nokwabangela futhi ukuthi izinga lokuqasha kwabantu kwehle nobubha kube ngaphezulu lokhu futhi kwaphinda kwabhebhethekiswa izikhukhula ezahlasela kwaZulu Natal Eastern Cape nengxenye yasemntla-ntshona uhulumeni wethu kakhongolose ubeke eqaleni isamba semali esizosiza kulabo abakhahlanyezwe izikhukhula kananjalo uyanakekela ekwenzeni ngcono izimpilo zalabo abahlukumezekile hayi ukuthi sihamba ngonyawo lonwabo njalo silungisa ingqilasizinda enasishiya nazo honorable team we-DA ngalo minyaka ngakho-ke uhulumeni kakhongolose ukwazile ukubhekana ngqo nezinselelo ezibhekene nezingqalasizinda zomnotho hlalo wendlu ingxenye enkulu ebucayi ukuthi ezomnotho vuselelwa kabusha izingqalasizinda nokuthutha izimboni nokuthutha kwaloliwe umgwaqo kanye namachweba phecelezi ports seqalile uhulumeni wethu kwenza izinzame zokuthola lezo ndawo ezakhahlanyezwa uzikhukhula ingxenye zokuthuthukisa umnotho kwaZulu Natal imgogodla womnotho njengechweba laseThekwini njengechweba laseRichards Bay izona zingxenye zokuthumela umnotho kwezwe ziphinde zikhase ekwakhiweni kwezimoto kanye nezolimo lesi sifundazwe sihlalo ongaphambili siyakwazi ukuzenzela uhwebo namazwe angaphandle umsuka wezimpahla eziqhamuka ngaphandle njengezibaseli phecelezi fuel lokho kukhombisa ukusobala ukuthi iKwaZulu Natal ibaluleke kangakanani ekuzithuthukiseni komnotho nezingqalasizinda uhulumeni kakhongolose usuqhibele umthetho sivivinyo wokwakhiwa izingqalasizinda ekufaka phakathi ukubeka bucala indawo yokwakhela abantu abahlukunyezwe izikhukhula njengoba nazi ukuthi esikhathini esiningi hayi ukuthi imali asinayo cha ukuthi nje siyayifuna ngempela imhlaba ize ebantwini ikhona imali esibekwe ecaleni sihlalo omkhulu ukubhekana nezindleko zokwakhiwa zale kwaqo owalemalayo kwaZulu-Natal nase-Eastern Cape ikhona futhi imali ebekwe eceleni yokulungisa izikole ezadilikayo nezindlu lokho kukhombisa ngokusobala ukuthi uhulumeni kaKhongolose uyanakekela futhi unakekela njalo akasoze ayeka kananjalo kukhona uhlelo kuzo zonke izifundazwe elwenzekayo oluthiwa welisizwe ekwakheni amabhuloho Eastern Cape sekuqaliwe naseLimpopo futhi uzodlulisela kuwo wonke izifundazwe esinazo lokhu kwenzeka ukuthi izifundazwe zikwazi ukuxhumana nokuthi zikwazi ukwenza amathuba emisebenzi lokhu kuzokwenza ohulumeni basekhaya bathuthuke bavule namathuba emisebenzi kuyo wonke leyo ndawo Sihlalo wami baba lawa mongaweli wami baba ngijabulile uma uthinta uhlelo lwe-DDM okusho ukuthi i-District Development Model yinto leyo honorable team be-DA abangakaze bayicabange ukuthi uhulumeni wompisholo akalwenza lolu hlelo ngoba babehleli emahhovisi bekhomba besitshela ukuthi senzeni bengathintani nathi kodwa lolu hlelo oluze nalo uhulumeni kaKhongolose ubona kudili kumongameli eze necabinet yakhe ese province agijime upremier weprovince necabinet yakhe ehle uzeyimeyeni zigijima imeya namakhanselazo awubethe nabomdabu hlangano kube imbokodo kube into eyodwa yokuthi senze abantu bala eNingizimu Afrika bakhululeke njengoba ngisho nje ngizokunenzela umzekelo ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi honorable Slake we-DA akazukwazi ukuthi yini i-DDM i-DDM
on a point of order, Chair. On a point of order, Chair. Can the speaker take a question? Can the speaker take a question?
Sihlalo wami baba bothula ukuyithoba akukho question engizoyithatha la sothola nemnyango nayo Sihlalo wami baba bengisamenzela umzekeliso wale district development plan ukuthi sebenza kanjani ngikwenzele nje umzekeliso wodwa kwezomnotho kudilike umongameli ubaba uRamaphosa President wehla nethimba lakhe elidila ngosomnotho weza kwisifundazwe esiphethe upremier wethu umama uNomsaduma wafika upremier wethu uNomsadube wasethatha ubaba usiboniso Duma odila ngezomnotho uthe mayiqeda lapho wathatha umeya uba uqawunde wetheku naye wenza namakhansela akhe adila nje nomnotho okubonisa ukuthi ke uyalibona uholoko uline lo uhamba ngakhona ukusuka phezulu ukuze enzansi okubonisa ukuthi okwangempela silo uhulumeni bakwethu sibhizi siyanamathela kuzo zonke izinto ezayibhidliziwe singasolwa ukuthi sihamba ngonyolo lwabo awukodwa sigqoke iphapha lokugwalagwala mongameli baba hayi usiphethe uyasilida nabo bonke lama leaders ethu sinawo sithi siyabonga kakhulu ngalolu hlelo ngakho imisebenzi iyabonakala usilethele iSuzu Corporate wasilethela uToyota into abengeke base bayenze honorable team leyo ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibe namakhono okwakha imoto sikwazi ukujive amabhanoni into esingayazi ngoba sasijwayele ukuthi amabhunu kuphela kodwa ukwazile lo nkulunkulu wethu athi nje siyaqhubha intsha yethu namhlanje kuhle kudelile siyatanasa qhuba khongolose qhuba ngiyabonga sifana.
Thank you very much. Siyabonga. The next speaker is going to be Premier Wasakauteng, Honorable Manyaza de Sufi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mungameli we NCOP Ubabu Amos Masondo, the TPT chairperson, Ms. Sylvia Lucas, our president, Ndate Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, honorable ministers and premiers, deputy ministers and MECs, executive mayors present, honorable members of the NCOP, members of parliament and members of the legislature, special guests, constituencies and members of communities. It is absolute an honor for me to address the NCOP in our sister province of KwaZulu-Natal, the province of Herikwala. The theme of this annual address is building an agile state capabilities to improve service delivery outcome. This is a very important theme that echoes the imperative to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state as a prerequisite for bringing about the meaningful change which was fought for by many people in this province. In line with its constitutional mandate, the Gauteng provincial government, sixth administration, embarked on a developmental vision called Growing Gauteng Together 2030. This vision is a collective vision to ensure that all our municipalities are aligned to the National Development Plan and that the government responds to the aspirations and needs of our people. This is a transformation agenda intended to accelerate the fight against poverty, inequality, and unemployment. It's an agenda that is both guided and shaped by the prescripts of a developmental state. One of the key focus areas of our vision relates to charting a pathway in our province for a shared prosperity and wealth for all. In Gauteng, our legislature unanimously adopted and passed a bill called Gauteng Township Economic Development Act in May this year. Honorable Chair and President, we are proud that this bill was unanimously adopted by all political parties in our legislature, and this bill directs government and its agencies that from now on, we are only buying major goods and services in our townships, informal settlement, and hostels so that we can empower our people to buy goods. We are putting aside an amount of 650 million rands to reclaim all our panzer shops in the township from foreigners so that all these panzer shops can be owned by South Africans. We are further allocating almost 150 million to train young business people in the creative world so that they can develop softwares and they can also start to work with motor vehicles or scooters and deliver services and deliver goods in our houses without depending on foreign citizens only. We are further allocating an amount of 50 million to renew all the stalls in all our townships, informal settlement and hostels, so that ordinary abogogo nabomkhulu bathengisa ukudla emgwaqweni, they must sell their food whether it's raining or cold, and they can have lighting in all the properties that they are selling. This is a firm belief that the economy regeneration that our president has explained can start in our townships, informal settlement and hostels, so that our people can benefit in the economy of our country. We've just concluded, Honorable President, a major agreement with Ford SA. We are proud that we are part of that investment, President, where Ford SA committed to invest 15.8 billion. 2 days ago, the first Ford that is going to be distributed across the globe came out of the belt, made in Gauteng, going throughout the world with an investment opportunity of 3.7 and almost 250 jobs that were created in that particular belt. We want to thank you, President, for this investment. It's a massive investment, President. This plant will produce 750 new Ford every day, and 500 of those particular cars will be distributed across the globe. Mr. President, we can come to you now proud that the new smart city that you dreamt about in Lanseria is shaping up. 3.5 million people will come to that area, and the Lanseria city will be a home of all South Africans and will make job opportunities available to people of Motlhakeng, Kagiso, and all other surrounding areas. We've concluded the investment and the plan. We've put all the necessary resources that are needed to make Lanseria City a reality. And we want to thank you, President, for that arrangement. But President, I want to quote our former President, Oliver Reginald Tambo, when he said, "The children of any nation are its future. A country, a movement, a person that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future." End quote. President, our young people are ravaged by drugs. A new generation is about to be lost in our country because of Nyaope and many other drugs that are ravaging our young people. We can't be proud citizens if our children are expected to go through these particular drugs. We are proud, President, as the Gauteng provincial government, that we have taken 6,700 young people that were hooked to drugs. We've placed them in various centers across our province. They are going through medical, mental, and psychosocial rehabilitation. And those that will go through this rehabilitation and succeed, we are prepared to take them back to school and universities free of charge from the government of Gauteng, so that we can release our children from the scourge of drugs. We are also proud, President, that we've introduced what we call schools of specialization in Gauteng. These particular schools are linking our children to the sectors that need jobs and that need expectations. We've signed an agreement with various international organizations, and we are ready now to release our children to have skills that will be relevant to the economy. We've just concluded agreement with various automobile industries. There is a school of BMW, President, in Shoshanguve, where our children are taught how to build the engine of a BMW, how to fix it, and how to ensure that that BMW moves while they're still within the classroom. We have already taught them how to build a solar train, and these particular children have won an international award for building a solar train so that they can have those necessary skills in our schools. So we are proud of these particular schools. Mentombela, Ukaba number 1, Marabari Direto Editswa Mukatong for 2022. As we conclude, President, as Gauteng, we are proud to position ourselves to ensure that our people can get jobs. We are proud to position ourselves that young people must survive in the economy of their own. We are also proud that the elderly, the weak, and the vulnerable will continue to get support and guidance from this government, because in the absence of support from government, the people will suffer. We want to thank your leadership through COVID, thank your leadership through all the economic challenges that we have gone through that need our immediate attention. But there is one thing and one thing only, President, that we are asking you, begging you, as the citizens of Gauteng, let load shedding fall and let ESCOM fix its all problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. As we call on Honorable Mkausa to come forward, Honorable Uningwenya will take over the chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I just want to put it on record that we are not a generation that backs down. And we are not a generation that gets intimidated easily. Even if in the sitting of a special council here in KwaZulu-Natal, you allowed gunmen to be here with us. Even when we rose and showed the signs of concern, you showed us when your house indeed allows gunmen to be a part of it. Chair, as we come to a conclusion of taking Parliament to the people of KZN, we come to realization that we visited an extremely neglected part of South Africa where locals still are without water, sanitation, and proper infrastructure, proper roads, a collapsed justice system, Chair, where our women are still raped here in KZN endlessly. Even when we called upon the Minister of Justice and police to be a part of our sitting, he simply ignored us because the people of KZN do not matter to him. What matters to him is the upcoming conference of the ANC in December. Chairperson, what we have visited is a collapsed project funded by the both provincial and national governments. A perfect example of the poultry site we visited, where we were told that a 1.7 million rand was spent in this project. But when you enter, Chair, you can't even see a 20,000 rand. That is a disgrace. And we're not going to fold our arms and let that continue happening in this province, because these people of this province needs basic services. Chair, the arrogance of government in KwaZulu-Natal, the arrogance of local government is very much disheartening. The government here, even when they responded to our people during the process of taking Parliament to the people, it is not that of a committed government, but they displayed pure arrogance and self-serving. Chairperson, the provision of services such as water, sanitation, electricity, road, stormwater drainage, and solid waste removal is necessary requirement of economic growth and improved quality of life for our people. Yet delivery remains a big challenge in this province and in this district, as the ruling party has created a service backlog in this province of KwaZulu-Natal. As early as the year of 1998, the white paper of local government detailed how provincial and local government can meet its constitutional obligations so that it's be developmental in nature. The white paper also maintains that the central contribution of local government to social and economic development is the provision of basic household infrastructure, and that is not what we are seeing currently. in this province and in South Africa. Yet today we are stuck in a capability trap where the ANC government cannot perform basic tasks which are before them, which is provision of basic services. Year in and year out, Chair, the ruling party keeps doing the same thing without improving the critical state of service delivery. For there exists within their ranks an inability to actually implement strategies. So despite all the time, funding and efforts put into improving service delivery, it never arrives. For there exists low capability within their ranks, which persists throughout these decades. And so, Chairperson, we are here today to forward the struggle for development and building state capacity as enshrined in the 7 non-negotiable pillars of the mighty economic freedom fighters. So we have witnessed a lack of direction in how the ruling party has gone about in driving developmental agenda in South Africa as a whole. The starting point, Chair, therefore must be to prioritize the delivery of at least a basic level of service to those sections of the population who have currently little or no access to them. The ANC councillors continues, Chairperson, to interfere with administration. They display inadequate public participation, inadequate alignment of budget with the requirement of the central government, and lack political and administrative leadership. Corruption has deprived residents of basic services with rural areas of the Eastern Cape. We've heard the MEC here praising the government, but we know that still there's lack of water infrastructure in the Eastern Cape. Their kids are still schooling under the trees. There's still pit toilets in the Eastern Cape. Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, and here in the KwaZulu-Natal. Free State being the worst, where you walk in the city that used to be the city of roses, Mangaung. Today it's called a sewage city. That is a disgrace. With more than 25 years into democracy, that cannot be allowed. The only way to do it is to unseat the sitting government. There also exists amongst their ranks, Chairperson, lack of accountability and arrogance, lack of consequence management, which is why poor performance has been allowed to continue. So much so that local municipalities cannot raise a simple task such as raising taxes so that the finance, public services, enforcing contracts, and administering policy. Cadre deployment in the key post has led to turbulence that has led to a lack of confidence in the state amongst our people, as it demonstrated by the vast number of service delivery protests across provinces. This too, Chairperson, is propelled by the high unemployment rate, lack of housing, lack of land, and vast inequalities, which are still apparent amongst our South African society. Service delivery protests in Gauteng, the Northwest, and the Northern Cape are currently ongoing, affecting more than 400 matriculants during this exam period, Chairperson. And the Chairperson of Gauteng is silent about that. Chairperson, throughout all 9 provinces, our cities face most challenging aspect of service delivery. Challenges which needs to be addressed here today, given the low quality of service provision and pressing needs of our people. Chair, it is criminal on how so many of our people still have to jump through hoops and hurdles when they have to get government services. It is criminal. And all these criminals sitting under this roof, including their president, must be jailed. There
Point of
therefore
order.
exists a need
Order,
to
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
What a point of order.
Uduthi mawukhuluma sakho, there's a
Point of
point
order.
of order.
Can you please?
Order, Chair.
I'll do it.
Yes, Babu Hai.
Honorable Chair, I'm rising in terms of Rule 6.1 of the NCOP rules. Offensive and unbecoming language. No delegate may use offensive or unbecoming language in the council. No delegate may deliberately make a statement which the delegate knows to be false. So I would like Honorable House Chairperson to rule that the honorable member retract the statement. I thank you.
What must I retract?
Honorable Makause.
What must I retract?
To withdraw.
Honorable Makause.
I did not mention any name here. Read that paragraph again. I did not mention any names here. There are lots of people here who are presidents of other political parties. What did I say? Read.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Makause.
Order, Chair.
You have a comprehensive.
Yes, order, Chair.
Yes. What a
The
point of
speaker
order.
on the podium has said all criminals in this hall, including their president, are wanted to withdraw without any reservation. There is only one president in this. Please, I'm on the platform. I'm speaking. You must keep quiet. I'm saying that there is only one
Point of
president
order, Chair.
in this country.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, and therefore, this point of order is sustained, and she must unreservedly, unapologetically withdraw that wrong insinuation.
On a point of order, Chair.
Wait, you cannot raise a point of order on top of the point of order. I didn't raise it. Honorable Makause.
He can't address
Point of order.
On top of the point of order.
There's a point of order there.
Honorable Makause.
Point of order.
Point of order, Chair.
On top of the point of order.
I'm not going to open a point of order on top of the point of order. Yes. Honorable Makause, there's a point of order that will say something.
Why am I addressing direction?
Chair, we can't hear you, Chair.
Chairperson, I can't hear you.
Speak on the mic. Can you withdraw?
Mike.
Draw what? Point of order.
Talk to the mic.
Honorable Makause. Honorable Makause. Can you please withdraw?
Point of order. Chair.
Honorable Makause.
Chairperson, I
Yes,
can't
okay.
respond to something
Yes,
that
okay.
you are not ruling on. You need
Point
to
of
speak to the
order.
mic so that I hear you. I need to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Speak to the mic, Chair.
Honorable Makause, can you please withdraw what we have said?
What is it that I must withdraw?
You said, Honorable Makause, this is Ikebengu, including your president. Point of order, Chair. Yes, ma'am. Point of
Did I
order,
say
Chair.
it's giving?
Point of order, Chair. Ugopi. Who's raising a point of order? Point of order, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Okokuqala, Chairperson, njengo-Chairperson ohlezi lapho, kufanele kubuze honorable member ukuthi ukushilo yini lokho okokuqala ngaphambi kokuthi uthi aka-withdraw. Number two, Chairperson, Honorable Dodovuye. Order! She said she must shut up. He said she must shut up. Maybe you should also rule on that, on Honorable Dodov, because Lenda is showing she must shut up. It's wrong. Thank you. Honorable Bichuli. Order. Honorable Bichuli.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
I would like to take a ruling that what Honorable has said. We are going to listen to the answer because I didn't hear him.
Softly. Thanks very much. Can you hear me now? Honorable Mukausi, I'll start with Honorable Tuli in terms of what you said about Honorable Dodovo. I didn't hear him. Therefore, Minang Tuli le maukuluma Honorable Tuli. Ngicela sihloniphane njengamalungu eParliament. Angiphikisi engokushoyo ukuthi angimzwanga uHonorable Dudovu ngenzeka ukuthi wena umzwile ngokuseceleni kwakhe. Therefore, in terms of Honorable Dudovu, I'll ask the Hansard also to assist me in terms of what Honorable Dudovu have said. Ngize kuwe Honorable Mukausi. Honorable Mukausi. We say,
I propose that you go and consult Hansard Chair and rule on that in the next sitting.
Order.
Come again.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Mukausi. We say,
I propose that you go and consult Hansard in the next sitting.
Order.
You rule on
Order,
that.
Chairperson,
I need protection in this house.
okay, Honorable Killian.
Not by China.
There's a point of order, Honorable Killian.
Chairperson, I rise on point 69. Which states, Chairperson, after the presiding officer has made a ruling, no point of order will be raised. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Gilliam, can you please repeat again?
Chairperson, I rise on Rule 69, which states, if the presiding officer has made a ruling, no point of order will be allowed. Thank you, Chair.
Yours is allowed.
Thanks, Honorable Gilliam. Honorable Kause.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Let's continue, Chair. You conduct the answer. Let's continue.
Honorable Kause. Honorable
Chairperson,
Kause.
Chairperson can
You
go.
know what you have said because it was coming from you.
Let me continue, Chairperson.
I cannot remind you what you have said.
Okay.
Please.
Chairperson, the reality is that the people of KZN are without water, infrastructure, and proper police station. Why a criminal sleeping on top of money, the money that he cannot account for, dollars for that matter, and it's still allowed in this house. And you are continuously calling order on us. We are here to fight for the people of KZN. And if we don't call out these corrupt officials, these corrupt councillors and corrupt provincial government, together with the criminal himself sitting in this house, we're not going to get anything right. We are a generation that is going to fight for our people, and we are a generation that is not going to stop until corruption in South Africa is rooted out. Cyril Ramaphosa is a corrupt president, and you need to accept it as members of the ANC. Cyril Ramaphosa is going to be removed from government come 2024. Chairperson, I'm not going to withdraw anything from this house.
Order. 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 This is the meeting of the House. Public are not allowed to participate. Yesterday, from Monday, we're listening to you. Can you please also listen to us? I would like to call the next speaker, Honorable S.J. Muhai, ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Masondo, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa. I also take this opportunity to join the rest of the people of South Africa in wishing you good health as we celebrated your birthday yesterday. Honorable Premiers of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Nomusa Dube, and Premiers from other provinces, Premier Ntombela and Premier Lisufe, Honorable Members, Special Delegates, MECs present here, and let me recognize the MEC for Economic Development, KZN, who is Chairperson of the NC, MEC Duma, Representative of Local Government, Salga, Honorable Mayors, distinguished special delegates. I really want to start here as Chief Whip, and of course, I believe that my colleague, Comrade Super Zuma, would agree with me that we would apologize if the House deteriorates and fail to deal with issues at hand that are crucial. But here I want to thank the people of KwaZulu-Natal who, in a disciplined manner, have rejected the theatrics of one of the reds here, parties, like all other prototype organizations, who fail to really relate to the issues at hand. KwaZulu-Natal is a very important province in the body politic of South Africa. What have converged here are people to discuss their own issues, what concerns them, and what frustrates them. This is not a platform for moaning and complaining and sidestep the real issues that the people have raised. Your Excellency, as we close this last day of our flagship program of taking Parliament to the people in this beautiful district of Ugu in KwaZulu-Natal, this debate comes at the end of an intensive 4-day taking Parliament to the people program that has included public representatives and officials from all 3 spheres of government. Taking Parliament to the people is just that. It ensures Parliament is not far from you, Cape Town or Msunduzi. It's here, right with the people, in their midst, with them. And in this Parliament, Parliament belongs to the people, not us. We members of Parliament are merely here running the Parliament and serving in it for 5 years. And it is the people who will decide whether we are back here or not at election times. If they who vote in huge numbers, our future is in their hands. So it's in our parties and our interest to serve them. Besides, it's the right thing to do. It's our constitutional duty to respond to their needs and concerns. Of course, government can't deliver overnight. There are limited funds and capacity, and many others in every part of the country also have similar needs and concerns. But over time, Chairperson, the government has to meet the needs of the people. And we in the National Council of Provinces need to ensure that. And we can best do it by working closely with the provincial legislatures and municipalities. We need to put more pressure on the national government to assist the province and municipalities in responding more effectively to the consequences of the flood disaster. But people also can't depend on government and the state for their needs. People also have to take greater responsibility for their lives. We need to work together, government, parliament, and the people. As the African National Congress, We have placed development of our people at the center of our efforts to transform society. The level of inequality in our country and the apartheid segregated development legacy remains. This means that not all communities have close access to essential services such as clinics, hospitals, police stations, home affairs offices, offices that provide various government services. Our democratic government is responsible for closing this inequality so that people of Msunduzi in rural areas or people in Ugu in rural areas that are far from the towns can access these services. To realize this development, we need to have government with employees who place the interests of the people, the needs of the people at the center. We need public servants who are guided by Batopele principles. We salute the provincial government, the district and local municipalities of KwaZulu-Natal for their tireless efforts in relocating our people and providing necessary human, social, and economic support during the trying times of the disasters. However, we recognize that as much has been done, a lot more has to be done, not least by ourselves, members of the NCOP. After all, our role is to raise the concerns of provincial and local government at the provincial level. We need to put more pressure. We need to raise these issues with national government and the national executive as it accounts to both houses of parliament to assist the province and municipalities in responding more effectively to the consequences of these floods and many other pandemics. And we call for more integrated approach between the three spheres of government for post-disaster socio-economic reconstruction and development of communities devastated by these floods. This has brought into sharp focus on the building of disaster-resilient capabilities, not only at the level of the state and community capacity to respond to natural disasters and pandemics, but also to the construction of disaster-resilient infrastructure. Globally, the economic impact of health pandemic has led to a profound rethinking of the state's role. Societies have found great value in agile governments. In other ways, those that can respond swiftly, adapt resources to new needs, and bring innovative solutions to problem-facing communities. We have several best practices, example in South Africa. I mean, we should commend what the Premier of Gauteng have said. The massive investment on the SEZ in Tshwane, that is buzzing with production capability, an investment of over 20 billion. It should be celebrated by South Africa. But for us as an agile state, that should replicate with other focus areas in terms of building our productive sectors of our economy in our country. I can as well point to the partnership by the Industrial Development Corporation, the Department of Trade, Industry and Corporation, and local authorities. That's over 2 billion of approach would not have been appropriate. And the entities reinvented their way of dealing with the applicant firms. I can point to many other examples in food production, in the promotion of Black industrialists, in how we are using trade agreements to create jobs in South Africa. But they all illustrate that we can do things differently and that we must learn from the successes, our successes, and use that model of an agile state across all our work. Over the past 4 days, Chairperson, we have listened attentively to all public representatives and government officials. Despite our progress, communities have water problems. Water is fundamental basic need. Another problem raised concerning water is leakage. Inconsistent flow of water in some wards, while other areas receive water. The quality of water is a big problem that should be addressed. We will focus on these issues and will certainly ensure that in the National Council of Provinces is preoccupied by the issues that are affecting the provinces. The community has raised critical water conservation issues and the need to innovative measures. I mean, there was one mom who was saying that there's always plenty of water here, but it is always shocking when you can't access that water that you see in the sea or even in dams but that doesn't translate into the text. Such are issues that must be attended to. The Chairperson, the people of Ugu district and across the nation have raised concerns about their lived experience of crime in their communities.